Good morning and welcome to all dignitaries, conference participants and delegates, all protocol observed, to the second National Higher Education Conference hosted in partnership with the Council on Higher Education and in collaboration with the Department of Higher Education and Training. This is the largest conference of its nature ever hosted. We are honoured to welcome you as one of more than 1,700 registered delegates from across 20 countries. The overarching conference theme is the Engaged University. The program includes over 140 expert speakers, both local and international, making this a truly global event. On behalf of the chairperson of USAF, Professor Sibongile Mutwa, and the chairperson of the CHE, Professor Themba Musia, our respective boards, and the CEOs of USAF and the CHE, Professor Ahmed Bawa and Dr. Whitfield Green, we trust that this event has been constructed to create a platform to engage on our reimagined future, post-COVID-19, embracing the new technology moment as we emerge into our new contextual reality. We look forward to an engaging experience during the course of the next 3 days. This conference aims to frame the higher education landscape for critically engaging discourse across the academy.
We would like to draw your attention to the following technical information. Please note the 2 tabs on the right-hand side of your screen for chat functionality and to access the breakout rooms. The chat may be used by delegates to share their thoughts in respective conference sessions. In order to navigate to the breakout session, click on the Breakout Sessions tab and select which session you want to join. Should you wish to return to the plenary session while in breakout sessions, you may click on the plenary link. You may enter and exit sessions at your convenience. We welcome all collegial engagements. Visit the conference page on the USAF website for the program, bios, and resources. If you would like more information on any speaker, you are welcome to view the conference prospectus or the full bio page that includes a repository tab that contains additional information. We would like to thank the University of Pretoria and Stellenbosch University choirs for providing musical collections that will be played at respective intervals. On behalf of myself, TK Bengu, the conference coordinator from the Council on Higher Education, and Dr. Linda Meyer, the conference leader from USAF, we wish you an engaging and enriching experience.
Good morning. Good morning to the leadership of the Council on Higher Education, to the leadership of USAF, led by Prof. Mutwa, the leadership of the Council on Higher Education, led by Professor Themba Musia, all other guests and participants in this prestigious and very important conference, the second National Higher Education Conference. My name is Luzuko Pugu and I'll be chairing the proceedings in this plenary session today. I serve as the chairperson of the Monitoring, Research and Advice Committee of the Council on Higher Education. In introducing this session, which is held under the theme Engaged Scholarship and Decolonization, Transforming Higher Education Through Community Development. We will quickly move to the panel, which will be leading the engagements today. The introduction of the session will be done by Professor Mpine Makoe, and our speakers will be Professor Leslie Lecrange and Professor Vuyisile Msila. Now, the just to highlight the importance of this session and this theme, before I give to Professor Makuwe. One would, the sector always had an understanding that transforming higher education will be through the three steering mechanisms, which is in planning, funding, and quality management. But as it is happening and as it is appearing, there need to be new ways and more creative ways of injecting a transformation in the sector and bringing a decolonization into life. So that's the importance of this session, as it's an attempt to think about new ways of engaging with the university as a social institution and engaging with higher education as a critical sector in any transformation of a society, not only universities. So without further ado, I will proceed to call on Professor Mpine Makuwe to do the introduction of the session and the session speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ntate Buku, for your kind introduction. Dumelang. Mine is just to introduce the session on this last day of the conference. The core mission, that is the purpose of the university, is that it was created to teach and to provide an environment where learning could take place. It was also created to produce knowledge and also to service the community. These can be looked at as a three-legged pot, all mutually and equally central to the structure of the pot. But we know in higher education that community engagement leg has not received as much attention as the other two has, which makes it impossible for this pot to stand. So the aim of this session, therefore, is to bring together these three areas and three legs in a systematic way in order to address the grand challenges of our higher education sector. In opening the session on Wednesday, Professor Mothwa raised a question about who owns the university. Probably we may need to ask ourselves, who owns the university? And we may respond to this question in a different way. In this session, Professor Msila and Professor Legrange will take us through the theme on the engaged scholarship and decolonization, transforming through community development. To be engaged, which is the topic of this conference, is to be involved. How do we ensure that higher education is involved? How do we show that the curricula that we teach, the curricula that we develop is addressing the community? In order for students to develop an awareness of the social impact of what they learn and do it in order to transform the community. So if the curricula is not in line with what we need to do in terms of transforming the community, in terms of transforming South Africa, we are not doing what we are supposed to do. The questions that may rise from this is that, does the curricula address the development needs of a fledgling democracy? A lot of speakers during this conference have spoken about this, have spoken about the development, needs. They've spoken about democracy, and what type of knowledges are we aligned with as we are developing this democracy. I think as we move forward with the future, these are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Are we responsive? Are we relevant to the community? And is all these things, if we are not responsive, or even we are not relevant, who are we in relation to the community that we serve? As we are preparing to reimagine the university of the future, the university that we aspire for, the university that will address the development needs of the country, the economic growth of the country, the social cohesion, which is one area that universities are ignoring. And the social cohesion deals with, it's central to how we engage the community in our sector, not community coming into our sector, but engage in equal partnership. The only way that we can transform higher education through community development is to address issues of knowledge production and knowledge dissemination. Who owns knowledge? And how do we own knowledge? What type of knowledges do we engage with? Can the community see themselves in the curriculum? Can the community relate to the curriculum that we teach? Does the curriculum address the development needs of a fledgling democracy? And maybe part of the problem is the legacy, it's the history where we are coming from. The colonial history, the apartheid history, that we find ourselves, that we continue with the systems and structures that were developed and designed for a different type of a higher education that was meant to oppress the community. And if we continue to build on a system and structures that were meant for different things, then we will perpetually be irrelevant in the society that we are intending to do. So as we are building and moving forward, we need to look at areas that need strengthening in order for us to move forward, in order for higher education, not only to be responsive, but to be relevant to the South Africa we want and the South Africa we aspire for. So let's make sure that the pot stands firmly on its 3 legs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that introduction. Prof is the Commonwealth of Learning Chair at the University of South Africa. Apologies, Prof, I did not make that introduction, but you are very known to us and to the sector. Now, in moving forward, we'll take the presentations from Professor Leslie Lagrange. First, Professor Lagrange is a distinguished professor in the Faculty of Education in Stellenbosch, and is also a member of the Council on Higher Education. So we serve together in council. So, Prof, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you also to USAP and the CHE for an opportunity to engage in this important conversation. So I've entitled my talk, Decolonization, Engagement, and the Third Possibility for the University. So let me just say a few things. That I'm going to suggest that the University of the Future already exists. And the focus of my talk will be on indigenous communities and the indigenous futurity. So some introductory comments. So my presentation will be critical, but hopefully also offer affirmative propositions. The presentation is an outcome of thinking with others, specifically with Rosie Braidotti, Gilles Deleuze, and Felix Guattari, Lau Pappison, Eve Tuck, and Kay Wayne Yang. Kay Wayne Yang and Pappison is the same person that writes under different names. I want to say something about thinking and thanking. They have common etymological roots, and Donna Haraway says that in a very deep sense, therefore, whenever we're able to think, we also therefore need to be thankful, because we're always building on the ideas of others. Our ideas are always influenced by others. So about thinking, this is a very well-known quote. So Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. And Martin Heidegger said that the most thought-provoking thing, which is opposite to the times we find ourselves in our thought-provoking time, is that we are still not thinking. And Odora Hoppers and Richards said that if thinking can plausibly be identified as something central to what universities are about, it can also be identified at this point in history as something in need of rethinking. So let us attempt to engage in some thinking or rethinking. And I want to start with what we're experiencing at this present time, the COVID-19 pandemic, and want to suggest with others that the COVID-19 pandemic is a human-made disaster. Some feminists have said a man-made disaster. So it's loss of biodiversity, neoliberal capitalist agricultural practices that are producing more virulent viruses. And tied to that, there's a whole lot of other aspects that have been laid bare during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the COVID-19 pandemic has also been a portal to ongoing crises of racism, gender-based violence, religious-based violence, inequality, poverty, xenophobia, and etc. Now, the inhuman events of the 20th century, and there are many we can name, from apartheid, Nazism, genocides of all kinds, as well as what we're experiencing now, are all manifestations of the crisis of humanism. So it depends on the lineage you take, but I'm going to go along with the lineage that Rosie Braidotti provides for us. If we go back, it goes right back to man, who's the measure of all things, said by Protagoras, and later on developed further and became evident in Leonardo da Vinci's idea of the Vitruvian man, which became this the perfect man in terms of its physical body. But this morphs into a molar identity that becomes the man of reason. And this molar identity is the ideal subject that was produced, particularly during European Enlightenment, as masculine, white, Eurocentric, heterosexual, able-bodied, urban, and speaks a standard language. It's this molar identity that has become the screen against which all other beings are declared different and viewed as either less human or non-human. It's implicated in the imperial project, the European imperial project, and colonialism. So fast forward a little bit, this results, if we take the lineage right up to thoughts around post-humanism, that it produces a current condition that involves the Anthropocene extinction. So we're seeing the sixth mass extinction in the currently, and there's the possibility that this kind of extinction could lead to the extinction of the human species itself. And then secondly, it's humans' entanglement with advanced technologies that is making us rethink what the unit of reference is for the human. And so in this Anthropocene and the possibility of a post-Anthropocene, the importance of embracing life in all its connectedness becomes important. And on the other side, resisting the negative of post-humanism, robotics, drones, artificial intelligence, biological warfare, the commodification of the body, ecophages that one reads about in science fiction, without actually becoming techno-phobic. Now I want you to increase your coefficient of transversality and think about how the lineage produces something else. And that is the legacy of colonialism, even after colonial powers have been removed administratively. The legacy of colonialism, which is a colonial matrix of power that has even morphed into a global colonial matrix of power, that is about who controls knowledge and subjectivity, who controls gender and sexuality, who controls the economy, including the land, who controls the authority, the institutions of authority, and produces neocolonialism, racism, patriarchy, environmental destruction, and many other things. So what have been some of the responses, broad responses to the COVID-19 pandemic? We've seen an increase in the use of high technology, and we're engaging with this currently as well. Hopes in vaccines and biomedical solutions. And we've seen an increase in cognitive as well as platform capitalism. And just on the latter part, it's interesting that crises, the recent crisis, the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009 produced profit-sharing platform companies like Uber and Airbnb. And we've seen owners of Zoom, etc., in this current crisis actually become billionaires, and inequalities in the world actually growing. Now, what humans are doing, and doing so more rapidly, is they're doing the things that brought on, and more of those things that brought on the COVID-19 crisis in the first place. And the university is implicated in that. If you think I'm an anti-vaccine campaigner, no, I'm not. So I am a cyborg and I am doubly vaccinated, but I'm suggesting that those solutions are actually band-aid solutions. So what should we be doing during this pandemic? And I go along with Brett Doty that says we ought to mourn. We ought to mourn the dead humans and other humans, and that we should not build our scholarship on the dead bodies of humans and non-humans, because that would be unethical. Jacques Derrida, in his work on friendship, reminds us that a friend, one friend will go first and the other will be left to mourn. And many of us find ourselves in that position currently, having lost family, colleagues, and friends. And we can learn much about mourning from indigenous peoples. I don't have time to go into the detail, but at least there's one way of looking at decolonization from an indigenous perspective, that it involves rediscovery and recovery, but that leads to a next phase of mourning that then enables healing and dreaming, commitment, and therefore action. So I want to go to talk about decolonization and present a more radical perspective on decolonization from people in the indigenous world that use the term decolonization and don't necessarily make this distinction between decolonization and coloniality, but introduce a different notion. So Tuck and Yang says that decolonization cannot be grafted on pre-existing discourses or frameworks, even if they are critical, anti-racist, and focused on social justice. That decolonization is not a synonym. Decolonization is not a term we can exchange for things that we want to do to improve our universities. So there are many good things we might want to do to improve our universities, to transform them, to renew our curricula, to do all kinds of things. but that is not decolonization. Decolonization for Tak and Yang brings about the repatriation of indigenous land and life. Because for indigenous peoples, land is not a possession, it's not property. It's about epistemology. It's epistemological because indigenous people will say that the land is our teacher, that their knowing and their being, that's the ontological, is imbricated with land, and they engage in interaction, not in interaction with land. And it's tied to their very belief systems. So it's about cosmological relationships too. And so when people are dispossessed of land in that sense, it's not just about the physical land, but it's tied up with the entire being, their ways of knowing, as well as the spiritual dimension to their lives. So Tak and Yang talks about 3 different types of colonialism, and I'm not going to go for the sake of time into all 3, but they talk about settler colonialism that is actually untheorized in South Africa in particular. There's a lot of work done in the USA by indigenous scholars and so on. But of course, European people came here, started by building a refreshment station. And Jonathan Jansen said years ago, I hope he hasn't forgotten about that they've been refreshing themselves ever since. Because settler colonialism ties to ownership of land. And I don't need to tell any of you who owns land in South Africa. But the effects of settler colonialism, as I said, is untheorized in South Africa. Of course, settlers make moves towards innocence, and I won't have much time to talk about it, but people, their settler nativism, what is called in the USA and other places at the grandmother complex, where people try and look for how they have some kind of indigenous blood. That the settler adoption of fantasy, so becoming Indian, or people engage in what they call critical Hawkeye intellectual, who tries to look at both what is said in the indigenous world and the Western world, and try to take a superior position in the light of both of those. Colonial equivocation, they're suggesting that you can't simply say that all these other things tied to social justice are linked to are synonyms for decolonization. That it's important to understand that due to settler colonialism, people have been racialized differently. And then there's also a good critique of critical theory and pedagogy. This whole idea that you can free the mind and the rest will follow. And then, of course, indigenous people, what often happens to them, they become at risk, or they become asterisk people. Just an asterisk there because their numbers have become so small. So we think about some of the First Nations people in South Africa that are landless, whose language is not included in the official languages, etc. And we can, of course, take that further. But all of this forecloses on indigenous futurity. So I want to talk now about the university. Paperson thinks about 3 universities, and I give them different names later. The first world university is the neoliberal university. So in this particular university, it is a machine of accumulations and expansions and engages in revenue-generating enterprises. The second world university invests in critical theory and critiques the media and capitalist systems in the West. And then you get the third world university, which lives on the scrap material of the first and second world universities and reassemble them towards decolonizing purposes. So let's talk about the neoliberal university that accumulates, and we know this university well. It charges fees and awards degrees. It celebrates diversity and often extends this diversity to say it's not only the diversity of people, but the diversity of ideas. It rewards excellence in all kinds of ways, which in some ways become a vacuous word. One university even gave somebody an award for excellence in parking. It invests in advanced technologies and embraces 4IR. It participates in university rankings. It engages in for-profit initiatives and partnerships, and it biomedicalizes ethics. And there are many more things we can add. So it engages on the engaged part with other radicals in the university, with the public through the media and in critiquing the media. It engages with local communities. Oh, sorry, but I need to. So just to get back here to the neoliberal university, sorry. So it engages with the high-tech economy in partnerships with for-profit private companies. It engages in global science networks with corporate and donor funders, with local communities, but in colonizing ways. Community engagement becomes a performance indicator. So the Emancipatory University, it critiques dominant ideologies. It's committed to transforming society. Its agenda is social justice. It's anti-racist, feminist. It's inclusive in relation to LGBTQIA communities, to the people with disabilities. It teaches critical theory and deconstruction in the humanities and elsewhere, and it's utopian. It has this idea that we will get to a university where professors won't profess anymore. It engages with other radicals in the university, with the public through the media, with local communities to bring about change, with marginalized groups with the aim of empowering them. Then the third university. And the third university, Paperson argues, is a university that, firstly, that the university is an assemblage of machines and not a monolithic entity. So there are different kinds of machines, and the way they use machines here is not on what the substance of machines, the mechanical notion of a machine, but machines in the sense of it's something that machines do things. And you've got to trace that to the work of Deleuze and Guattari, that machines are able to do things, and you can only know what a machine can do in relation to other machines. So I often give my students an exercise in creativity to come up with 100 uses of a brick. Now, a brick is a machine, but a brick might have been designed at some point to build walls and therefore to build buildings and so on. But if you take a brick and you put it in relation to a door, then the brick actually becomes a door stopper. If you put the brick in the hand of a child trying to, who doesn't have access to resources, trying to engage in some athletics training, and you put a brick in their hand, they can view the brick, then becomes a shot put, becomes something other. And that's what machines actually do. And everything in the university is actually a machine. Its machinery is always being subverted towards decolonizing purposes, driven by decolonizing desires, with decolonizing dreamers who are part of the machinery and part machines themselves, but subversively so. So Paperson writes, they wreck, they scavenge, they retool, and reassemble the colonizing university into decolonizing contraptions. He refers to these dreamers as cyborgs with decolonizing desires. So I want to suggest that the neoliberal university it exists, and we know it, and it's the one that accumulates. But the university is not a monolithic entity. So in the neoliberal university, there is also the emancipatory university. So there are people in the university with emancipatory desires. But in that same university, there's the decolonizing university that strategizes. The first one accumulates, the other one critiques, and the other one strategizes. Because the university is not a monolithic entity. So the decolonizing university already exists. It is assembling. It assembles with the first and the second university. Its mission is decolonization, and it is strategic. Its possibilities are made in the first and second world universities. It is timely, and yet its usefulness constantly expires. It is vocational in the way of the first university. It is unromantic, and it is not worthy of your romance. It is problematic because it's still likely to charge fees and grant degrees and do other things. But importantly, it is anti-utopian. It doesn't certainly believe in this idea that we will get to some utopian idea of what a decolonized university is. And this distinction here is important. It is not interested in decolonizing the university, but more in operating as a decolonizing university. It is a machine that produces machines. I'm almost on my last slide. And it assembles students into skyborgs. Now, skyborgs are those people who occupy the university. They are au fait and understand everything about the first and second world university. They are au fait with its technologies, everything, but they also have decolonizing desires and invigorate decolonizing lines of flight. I want to show you one example here quickly. Stellenbosch, that's a colonial building at Stellenbosch University, and this is my last slide. That the building was renamed to a building after a Khoi leader that was an interpreter in the 17th century. So it's interesting. Was the building named because of settler guilt? Was it named because of emancipatory interest? Or was it because of decolonizing desires, or all of those three things operating in the university? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Prof. We, because of the time, will deal with the engagement after Prof. Msila has presented. I hope, Prof. Msila, you are ready. Prof. Msila.
Yes, I'm ready.
Prof. Msila, ladies and gentlemen, participants in the conference, is the head of UNISA's Institute for African Renaissance Studies. He was also a director of the change management in UNISA and is currently a professor at the Thabo Mbeki African School for Public and International Affairs. Prof. Msila, the platform is yours. Please keep it to 20 minutes as well. Thanks.
Can you see something on your side?
Yes. Okay, we can see.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for the honor of inviting me to this august occasion. How much I have gained, during the course of these 2 days, it's really immeasurable. And today in my allocated slot, I will talk about intellectuals and the Engage University, within the context of decolonial thought. So I would just read from my notes. The decolonial debates and transformation discourses have brought with them several questions, such as who should be the main role players? We now know that looking at DiMaggio and Powell's isomorphism, when we transform the university, we will also change the society and vice versa. We also know the challenges of the involvement of many hands in policymaking, especially when education and society are involved. Therefore, when we discuss the changing idea of a university, we cannot only think this as exclusively the work of the academy's intellectuals. Searching for cognitive justice, epistemological justice, and even decolonial pedagogy needs the engagement of communities. The struggles against Eurocentrism and Western hegemony are efforts not only of the academy's intellectuals, but society-wide structures, which include Antonio Gramsci's organic intellectuals. But society-wide structures, yes, arguably, very few of us can disavow with Ali Mazrui, who argues that Pan-Africanism and transformation without intellectuals is doomed. Furthermore, Mazrui defines the intellectual as one who is fascinated by ideas. Intellectuals should lead the transformation and decolonization of society. Some have spoken about the need for Pan-African tolerance if we are to rid Africa of epistemic violence, culturecides as well as linguicides. Yet the paradox of decolonial debates may be that some may suspect that intellectualism is waning. One wonders whether South Africa might experience or is experiencing what happened in the new independent African states in the late 1960s and early 70s. In South Africa, intellectuals from the academy have been haggling over several issues, and these include funding, politicization, pedagogy, language, and of course, decolonization and transformation. In this presentation, I examine the academy's intellectuals and how their accommodation and alienation of organic intellectuals influence the paths of transformation. Euron states, I quote, according to Gramsci, the new intellectual should not only be like the traditional one, a specialist in his subject, but rather a cultural and political leader with a specific function. The function of the intellectual has to be defined according to the needs of a determined society. He must create cultural and political hegemony. The intellectual must be recognized by its organic nature, close quote. The critical questions we need to pose and why some community engagement projects don't make sense. Why do they appear like a waste of time? Why is there no symbiotic relationship between them and the university? 4 themes I discussed in this brief presentation. 1 is examining the responsibility of intellectuals. 2, Pan-African philosophy and intellectuals. 3, the challenges of engaged intellectual debates. And last one, decolonial journeys and communities. In a time when universities in Africa respond to policy windows that have opened for Africanization and decolonization, the role of Pan-Africanism has never been so critical as a guiding light for intellectuals who should lead towards the new social paradigms. One critical role of the intellectuals is to be able to mobilize the people, the communities, to move for transformation. When we look at higher education institutions, the Pan-African thought is supposed to develop and sustain the transformation beyond the university, upon the communities as well. Pan-Africanism that intellectuals need to handle covers a broad agenda which does not only embrace political economy only, but African culture, aesthetics, poetry, and philosophy. The role of the intellectuals should then be to lead the society to the liberation of the mind in all aspects of society. Chinweizu, like Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Eskia Mphahlele, highlights the role that intellectuals need to champion, and that is to lead the fight to obliterate the vestiges of colonialism. In fact, that is a summary of the role of intellectuals in society today, that they should help magnify that African identity. Two flaws have been prominent since we started the debates on Africanization and decolonization. The first one is thinking that these can happen without the communities outside the university, that the university scholars are adequate in leading the transformation we need. The second flaw is oversight, is thinking that the society can decolonize without anchoring some ideas in Pan-African thought. Without the understanding of Pan-African theory, intellectuals will achieve void decolonization and barren Africanization. The Pan-African thought always utilizes conscience to bring back the scholarship of transformation to the realities of the communities. Without the understanding of the ideals of Pan-Africanism, it is easy to consciously or unconsciously paralyze the goals of transformation. Pan-African thought encompasses relevant community goals, and it is the genesis of epistemic decolonization. It is also critical to begin from the start when colonization killed culture, robbed the African of history, and decimated indigenous languages. Intellectuals who do not start here will miss the understanding of the necessary revolutionary change. Africanization and decolonization that do not start here will be superficial and even defeat the purposes of transforming institutions meaningfully. The decolonial debates have illuminated extremes when it comes to the intellectualism in Africa. On the one hand, much fascination with ideas has been illuminated, whilst on the other, there has been what Joe Minza refers to as intellectual neurosis. Some debates among intellectuals have been energizing in support of the transformation agenda as they support the evolution of higher education institutions. Other debates have been refreshing, trying to build more intellectual communities through engagement. Yet, there have been other skeptical groups who are egotistical, apathetic about transformation, and see no role of communities outside the higher education institutions. In the decolonial debates, several intellectuals have become suspicious of any knowledge that appears to eclipse the global village. In my previous research, I have delineated 4 kinds of intellectuals, and they play a role in, either embracing or alienating communities. The first one, I call them knowers. They are the opposite of learners. They are not the ideal type for constantly changing situations, and they have many blind spots. The second group I refer to as loyalists. They are agreeable, but they are uncritical. Their blind loyalty leads to infantilization of the people, for they demean the ability of the public to think. This infantilization is against the social justice principle, as well as the cognitive and epistemic justice. The third group, denialists, they claim that the change in the status quo will not only drop standards, but is not advisable to society seeking transformation and globalization. It is dangerous to have the powerful people as intellectual denialists. This dumps down the intellectualism of the masses and detrimental to all those without power. Some intellectuals who are anti-decolonization maintain that it is anti-globalization and the emphasis on Africa is unrealistic in building new and relevant epistemologies. And then the last group I refer to as planetary intellectuals. The decolonial struggles need planetary thinking. The belief in an eclectic approach or in eclectic approaches to cognitive and epistemic justice. The planetary intellectuals believe in the de-Westernization of globalization, and they maintain that the society cannot eschew the medley of a community of ideas that anchor knowledges. They accept critical African intellectualism as well as demarginalization of African knowledge. The center should not only embrace Eurocentrism, but African knowledges as well. Many not only talk of the justice turn, but they embrace the decolonial turn as well. Due to their openness, the planetary intellectual is progressive. The paradox of decolonizing knowledge is the need to be aware of the local community, the local, in relation to the world community, which is the globalized. It is for this reason that what Yongo speaks of interconnectedness of the world. This is what it called globalactics. Cognitive and social justice can be attained when intellectuals have a broader view of the world. Berman underscores the justice turn in political dialogues on transformation with references to equity, equality, and justice. The discussions in this presentation demonstrate how critical it is for intellectuals to be omniscient as they motion the society towards epistemological decolonization and societal transformation. This is about the fascination with ideas. Whilst Maizrui argues that scholars at higher education institutions should lead intellectualism, this cannot be realized in the organic, if the organic intellectuals do not become part of the transforming institutions. In fact, there can be no truly decolonized institutions if these are situated among the colonized communities. The debates in this presentation also demonstrate why we need to decolonize community engagement, for this means, in the Gramscian fashion, that organic intellectuals found in communities bring much about the evolving world of our institutions. Colonial education might have made many to believe that knowledge production resides in institutions of higher learning only, and that public intellectuals are those who are eminent scholars. Dismantling epistemic violence will be realized when intellectual work translates to relevance and is congruent with the positive social values. The building of new public intellectuals should include new research, where the community members do not become mere subjects of research. Higher education institutions should also perceive community members as co-creators of knowledge, especially when dealing with topics of decolonizing knowledge. Knowers will not sharpen the communities. Loyalists will not infantilize the people, and denialists will abdicate their intellectual duties. For meaningful change, our institutions need the wisdom of planetary intellectuals and the inclusivity they stand for in erecting communities that would embrace transformation and champion decolonization. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've tried to fuse my notes to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. That was very mouthful. That was very an insightful presentation. Prof, I'll just pose this question. It's coming from the YouTube chat, I think, to both of you. And if you can each answer it in a minute. I know it won't take a minute to answer it, but we need to wrap up this session now. The question is, what is a decolonizing university? That on its own, for me, will take us a day just grappling with that. Because I have a secondary question as well as to what is an African university? And when we speak of a decolonized university, for instance, what would be a decolonized university? Have we thought of an idea of, have we imagined a university that has been totally decolonized? Just briefly on that, a minute each, and then we'll wrap up the session. Thanks. If you can start, Prof. Msila.
Okay, so your first question is, what is a decolonizing university? A decolonizing university, if you look at what decolonial debates are all about, they are about addressing the damage that was done, the dismantling of society that was done by Eurocentrism. For instance, we talk of culture sites, the killing of culture, linguicides, the killing of languages, historicides, the killing of history, as well as epistemicides. So that a decolonizing university, this is exactly what it wants to achieve, to ensure that it addresses all these epistemicides, culture sites, and so on and so on. So we cannot achieve decolonization if we do not really address these. And again, how can this be done? Through research, changing the way we conduct research, and through teaching, changing the way we teach at universities, and so on. I'll give over to my colleague, Prof. French.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is a question that requires an answer that will probably take days. So let me just say what I try to suggest, that I think there's perhaps no utopian idea of a decolonized university, but a decolonized university is one that has people with decolonizing desires. They're not influenced by the heartbeat of Africa. So they're only positioned geographically in Africa, since they're not African universities. So many other universities abroad, you go to the UK, Oxford University might produce knowledge for the world, but it is a British university, right? And so is Harvard, a USA university. So what makes the University of Cape Town or Stellenbosch University or whatever an African university?
That's true, Prof. That's a fundamental question. So thanks a lot both to you, Prof. and Ranj and Prof. Msila and Prof. Mpina Makhovi, who opened the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this discussion. As you know, we're all in the sector. The debate continues. The presentations will be shared. The debate continues. But in wrapping up, what I've picked up from the discussion and what the two presenters have done is to alert us to the fact that community engagement or community development by a university is not only the function of a donation to whatever social causes that is there, but is the utilization of the main function of the university for addressing the challenges that are prevalent in a society. Of course, scholarship for its sake is essential. We need free intellectuals, not intellectuals that are pressed on doing things that are having societal impact. But scholarship, it can be that we have universities that can analyze the biggest particles in the galaxy and the smallest particles in the galaxy, but are unable to resolve or make a contribution on social problems that are visible through the eyes, not seen through a telescope. So the debate has enlightened us to such that the universities
Good morning, Professor Omar. I'm fine, thanks, and you? Yes. Yes. Are you going to share a presentation or just speak this morning, Prof? Okay. Okay, do you want to share your presentation?
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this session. We've had a wonderful higher education conference on the Engaged University. Welcome to session 15. So I'm Wim de Villiers. I'm the Rector and Vice Chancellor of Stellenbosch University. Session 15 of 17, so you can hear the bell ringing for the last lap here. And this session, I think, is going to be very interesting. It's a reporting session. It is, the participants are the chairs of the various strategy groups within USAF, and they will be providing us with their insights and report backs on and feedback on what's transpired in this conference with regard to the various strategy groups. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Professor Toko Mayekiso, who is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga, to provide us with her insights with regard to the Research and Innovation Strategy Group. Over to you, Toko.
Good morning, colleagues. Thanks, Session Chair, for the opportunity to report on the 3 sessions conducted under the auspices of the Research and Innovation Strategy Group, namely Research Impacts, Research Integrity and the Engaged University, and Research Collaborations domestically and internationally. Let me start by expressing words of appreciation to all our esteemed speakers and respondents for their insightful contribution. Session chairs, staff at the USAF office for their respective contributions. Members of the USAF Research and Innovation Strategy Group, and of course, conference delegates who have posed questions that have enriched the deliberations. I will then report briefly on each of the themes, mindful of their interconnectedness. The first theme being research impacts. What came true from the presentations is the importance of creating enabling environments for the conduct of research that has potential for impact to solve national and global challenges. COVID-19 being a good example in this regard. Impact has to be pursued across all disciplines and fields of study, and it is important to embed impact pathways in the research designs. The NRF has developed an impact framework that takes into consideration knowledge impact as well as societal impacts. The Research and Innovation Strategy Group can contribute to shaping the NRF framework as well as its implementation plan. Lastly, the research we conduct needs to create impact for a better future and facilitate innovation for the benefit of society. The next theme, research integrity and the Engaged University. Here I will focus on fostering integrity in research. Integrity in research would have to be fostered by individual researchers, research institutions, funders, and journal editors. Institutions should invest adequately in research integrity capacity within their institutions. Training should be provided in research ethics and research integrity. To create a healthy publication climate which incentivizes researchers to optimize quality and integrity than merely quantity. Engaged universities should create a climate that encourages and supports researchers in the active adherence to ethical principles and professional standards, essential for the responsible conduct of research. Institutions are therefore encouraged to develop indicators of responsible research practices. Then the next theme is on research collaborations, domestically and internationally. Engaged and collaborative research were identified as key enablers in the conduct of research. There is a need to embrace both national and international collaboration to advance the quality and impact of research and innovation. Research collaboration requires inclusive partnerships, such as higher education institutions, government, industry, NGOs, science councils, etc., that are mutually beneficial based on shared principles, goals, and objectives. Development challenges are transnational and transdisciplinary, and therefore require both domestic and international collaborations to address them effectively and meaningfully. The need to foster, enhance, and expand collaboration between scientists in Africa was highlighted. And more importantly, the need to strengthen collaboration amongst universities in South Africa beyond geographical limitations. Issues of funding, as we would have expected, were highlighted as potential barriers. In conclusion, the Research and Innovation Strategy Group will meet in the next 2 weeks to incorporate the insights gleaned at the conference in the finalization of its 2022 priorities that will be submitted to the USAF board at the end of October. We will then develop our action plan for 2022, informed by the list of priorities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Toko. Thank you for that. So next up is Professor Sizwe Mabuzela, who is the Vice Chancellor of Rhodes University in his role as Chairperson of the USAF Teaching and Learning Strategy Group. Sizwe?
Thank you very much, Chair. The themes that were pursued under teaching and learning are the following: the engaged university and the teaching and learning, decolonization and scholarship, teaching and learning at the theory-praxis nexus, and the last one was community engagement. Chair, any attempt to summarize the rich, thought-provoking, and insightful work that was done during these discussions would really do a huge injustice. And so I just wish to thank our presenters, our speakers, and our chairs for all that they have done. And the conference itself has provided a deeply reflective and challenging engagement. There are a number of constant and recurring themes, or leitmotifs, if you like, that kept emerging throughout the conference or throughout our presentations. First, our universities should affirm their rootedness in Africa as African universities and not as universities in Africa. And that this rootedness should not just be contained in mission and vision statements, but must be reflected in the everyday interaction of staff, students, and communities. It must be reflected in the university's orientation in respect of teaching and learning, research and innovation, and community engagement. Second very important theme which emerged throughout was that public universities exist to serve the public good. The third theme, universities must deeply embed themselves in their societies, not as an act of charity, but as a recognition of our common humanity and our shared destiny. And the fourth theme was that universities must be responsive to the needs of our society. And they need to be responsive to the intrinsic capability expanding, citizen building role of higher education. That this requires constant engagement with and reflection on research, daily interaction with national and institutional policy, a reflective, research-driven understanding of curriculum development, delivery, and pedagogical practice, and ultimately, a responsive engagement with the aspirations and needs of students in the learning environment. And the fifth theme was that higher education should aim to produce graduates who are critical, ethically engaged, democratic, and committed to the common good. Graduates who can be agents of social change and societal transformation. Graduates who would not just be content to see the society or our society or the world as it is, but can imagine a better society and a better world, and can work with courage and conviction for the realization of such a society in such a world. A graduate who is committed to social justice, environmental justice, and human rights. So there was a lot of discussion about the curriculum, and curriculum which was highlighted as a change factor. It was noted that it is a wicked problem, but also an opportunity which has been neglected hitherto. It is also shaped by interlocking factors, the most central being social context. What was pointed out was that the curriculum is what counts as valid knowledge. So it is critical to consider what underlies our curriculum choices. We were cautioned about conflating two different but related notions. On the one hand, you have the academic curriculum in the sense of certain knowledge, the grammar of knowledge, and what is taught in the formal space, and the institutional curriculum, knowledge that is encoded in the beliefs, in the values, and behaviors that are embedded in institutional life. These are not the same, and changing one does not necessarily mean that you're also changing the other. It was pointed out that curriculum reviews need to be explicit about the generality of knowledge and power, and must interrogate whose interests dominate. And what this means, this implies embracing a pedagogy that has due regard for how learning takes place, who the learner is, and what it is there is to know. That the curriculum must help students make sense of the grammar of various disciplines and democratic pedagogy, so that there is a transparent relationship between the academic and the student that allows for recognition of the full being of the student. We need greater involvement of students in curricular design. Some of the initiatives presented in the session reflect how powerful their contribution can be. And in the context of curriculum development and renewal, using practice as the reflective anchor speaks to putting emphasis on the interpretation of curriculum as experiences, in addition to the content, activities, and outcomes. Such an interpretation involves engaging in reflective and practical activities that enrich the experiences of both students and academics. The future requires graduates who are critical thinkers and who can articulate themselves. So we had a very rich discussion on the fourth industrial revolution. And what has to be recognized is that technology is just a tool, data and information that fuel development. What the post-school sector system has to become, the point is that the post-school system has to become more agile and shift from disciplinary focused programs to catering for a more holistic and broader range of abilities required for success at work. We also had a lovely discussion about how universities need to work with professional bodies. Professional and statutory bodies play a significant role in the education and preparation of graduates who pursue qualifications oriented towards the profession. And that universities should engage with professional bodies in such a way that the curricula intended for the education and preparation of graduates for their profession are regularly revised and updated to incorporate latest developments in the profession. And such an engagement and strong collaboration and cooperation between universities and professional bodies can ensure a better alignment between knowledge that underpins the profession and the competencies and skills that are required by the profession, and that properly aligns with knowledge, skills, and competencies that are developed by universities. And in this way, the expectations of both graduates, employers, and also our society will be better served. And just to underline the critical importance of partnerships between universities and professional bodies, SAICA pointed out that the profession of accounting was dependent on universities for a formal competency-based academic education. That is the starting point on the route to becoming a CA. But it is also essential to ensure supply from school. And that SAICA was doing a lot of work with the Department of Basic Education, particularly in the area of mathematics. Chair, the last important aspect that we engaged on was community engagement. Here, a point was made that universities were there for the public good and must engage graduates in ways that transcend disciplines and promote responsible citizenship. And this speaks to the importance of going beyond producing skilled and competent graduates, but people who can lead, who can see problems and find new ways to solve all problems. And I think a point was made that universities' primary role is not to produce graduates who were work ready, but to produce young people for the future who have to solve problems that are not even known yet, who can deal with complex issues, who can deal with uncertainty, but young people who can lead. Just drawing to a close, Chair, noting that the majority still existed in abject poverty, which itself is a consequence of rising inequality. It was pointed out that there was a need to understand the obligation of our disciplines, including philosophy, to our students in the decolonizing that needs to take place. Presentations constantly reinforced the view that the engaged university is committed to direct interaction with its constituent communities through the mutually beneficial exchange, exploration, and application of knowledge, application of expertise and information. Community engagement is then focused on the co-creation of knowledge by a range of people in a wider ecosystem, with the university as a core agent. And this more inclusive knowledge generation is transdisciplinary and incorporates an intrinsic respect for the expertise and experience of everyone, including those outside of the academy. And it dismantles the hierarchies of how knowledge is created and used. Beyond the processes in the classroom, the content that is embedded must conscientize students to work on issues that matter to them. Let me just conclude, Chair, by recommending 2 books very highly. And I really believe that these are books that must be read by any person in higher education. And they are very central to our deliberations since Wednesday. The first one is written by Professor Sue McKenna and Chrissy Bowie, and it is titled Understanding Higher Education, Alternative Perspectives. And the second one is written by Professor Chris Brink, and it is titled The Soul of a University, Why Excellence is Not Enough. I wish to thank all the presenters and chairpersons in the teaching and learning sessions, Professor Vasu Reddy, Professor Liz Lange, Ms. Trudy van Veek, Professor Francois Stradom, Dr. Tandy Lowen, Ms. Chantel Mulder, Mr. Robert Zwane, Dr. Noltando Tony, Professor Vivian Levac, Mr. Sisebo Kumalo, Professor Resua Bagwan. All I can say to all of you, Yavashdolshnik. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sizwe. That was wonderful. Next up is Professor Gerald Ouma, who is the Senior Director of Institutional Planning at the University of Pretoria, and he's going to provide us with some feedback in his role as a member of the USAF Funding Strategy Group. Thank you very much, Professor Ouma.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to put up my presentation. 1 second, please. There it is. All right. Thank you, Chair. My name is Gerald Ouma. I'm standing in for the chairperson of the Funding Strategy Group, Professor Tawana Kupe, who is also the Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria. Like colleagues who've spoken already, I'd like to thank members of the Funding Strategy Group for their input in putting together these themes and for all their work in making our sessions the success that it was. I also like to thank Ahmed and his team at USAF, Linda, Bernadette, and Felicity especially, who worked with quite closely. I'd like to thank the various chairpersons of the 3 sessions, the presenters, and of course, those who attended and posted important questions, which enriched the discussions in the 3 sessions. Chair, our 3 themes were sustainable university funding in an equal society. That was quite deliberate, given the context that we find ourselves in. Dr. Mabizela touched on some of that context, the poverty, the inequality, and all that, the way the economy is performing. So the idea was to, get an understanding of what's happening at the moment and find ways of ensuring that we are sustainable. As we all know, we can only perform our role as vibrant knowledge institutions if we are sustainable. Then, of course, we had to start thinking about the future. So we had to look at funding for infrastructure development. The idea was to reimagine space here, to reimagine infrastructure, to rethink the idea of brick and mortar, and to think quite critically about investing in digital transformation, digital technologies, both for our teaching and learning and also for research, and of course for community engagement. Then again, the important question of university shared services, looking at the drivers, the benefits, the success factors, and the challenges. Now, if I could go straight to the question of sustainable university funding, the point was made that financial sustainability of universities is closely tied to the intellectual life of the university. As I mentioned earlier, as organizations, we need to be financially sustainable. for us to be able to provide an excellent education to our students, for us to be able to future-proof our students, for us to be able to pursue research that matters, that makes a difference in society, that achieves the impact that we desire, and for us to be able to engage meaningfully with our multiple publics and communities. So it's quite critical that we are financially sustainable. You know, we have to guarantee our existence. If we do not exist, we'll not be able to pursue our intellectual projects. Then the point was made, Chair, that the crisis of higher education funding, as I mentioned earlier, is intricately linked with the broader context that we find ourselves in this country, the context of poverty, increasing inequality, the context of unemployment, you know, and as we know, the economy has not been performing well since the 2008 economic crisis. We kind of have not recovered fully. We've not grown beyond 2% since around about 2013, 2014. Last year, as we know, you know, the economy shrunk by about 7%. The data from Statistics SA around unemployment shows that unemployment levels are growing. This is critical. This is critical in the sense that it has implications for how we are funded, how much is made available to us, both from government and also from the other publics that we interact with, you know, from industry and from tuition fees. You know, the kind of cost-sharing model that we work with, we have to demonstrate sensitivity to this particular context. And also, you know, issues around student debt. These are quite critical. Now, related to those funding challenges is the important question of diversifying revenue sources. It's quite important for us to diversify our revenue sources as a way of buffering ourselves against declining funding from our key funder, especially the state in this case. But what we need to put in mind here is that even with diversification, it does not necessarily mean that the funds that we generate, especially third stream income, is available for us to spend as we wish. The bulk of this funding is encumbered, and we cannot just use it as we'd like to. And more importantly, we may not be able to use it to solve some of the pressing problems, such as student fees. So it's quite important that we disaggregate, you know, that big chunk of money called third stream income, and develop a better, deep understanding of what it's meant for, where it's coming from. But more importantly, is the need for us to develop our capabilities as universities to be able to attract this funding. It does not just happen. So universities have to invest in fundraising. They have to invest in key structures that are important for fundraising. Now, one participant raised a very important point, I believe, and that is the belief that is the responsibility of the state to finance the sector, the higher education sector, completely or nearly so, without the involvement of the private sector. Of course, the discussion indicated that this would be a challenge, given some of the issues that we've mentioned, the way the economy is performing, the challenges that we're experiencing in society. The key point here, Chair, is that this is a contested space. There are those who believe the state should shoulder the entire, you know, burden of funding the sector. But there are those who understand that from a practical common sense point of view, that may not be possible because of the sheer, you know, the challenges that we face, you know, the need for us to support healthcare as well, to support infrastructure, to support security. You know, the demands on the state are quite significant. And so we need to think creatively and innovatively to make sure that we are sustainable. The second important point has to do with infrastructure development and the need for us to reimagine infrastructure, especially in the context of the ongoing digital transformation. One of the things that COVID-19 has done, as the discussion pointed out, is the proliferation and the maturation of digital technologies. Previously, a year or two ago, before COVID, we were talking about the future. We were talking about these digital transformations as something that is going to happen in future, you know, in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 years' time. That future is now here, and we have to embrace it. And so the point was emphasized that technology is mission critical and it's non-negotiable. And hence the need for us to invest individually and collectively as a sector, working collaboratively in areas such as cloud computing, in quantum technology, in virtual and augmented reality. The transition to online education means that we have to invest in those technologies. We have to invest in immersive technologies, pedagogies, technologies that will support immersive pedagogies. This is quite important, Chair. And of course, we cannot do this alone. We need to work together with partners, the state, the private sector. In the context of digital technologies, we have to work with the telcos. It's very important that we pull together. And the session emphasized that probably it might serve the sector better if we pull together as a sector and engage with the various stakeholders as a sector and find a way of making these resources available to everyone, given the challenges, the inequalities that we face in the sector. If we leave it to individual universities, some universities might be left behind. Then, of course, the important question of public-private partnerships to deliver infrastructure more effectively and quickly. So there was a robust conversation around here, the challenges around this. The post-2015, 2016 period, remember with PPPs, especially around student accommodation, a lot of them were dependent on accommodation fees. That has now become a contested space as well, in terms of the capping of accommodation fees and tuition fees as well. So it was emphasized that we need to find a balance. PPPs are critical, they're important, but we need to find a balance between the risks and the outcomes that we seek to pursue. The last session, Chair, an equally important one, focused on shared services, looking at the drivers, looking at the benefits, looking at success factors and challenges. We had 4 very accomplished speakers who shared very insightful ideas around this question of shared services. So the one important point that was made, that shared services, especially in the context that we find ourselves in, where resources are becoming even more scarce, is that they are an important driver of sustainability in higher education. This is something that we need to embrace as a sector. And then again, universities were said to be good candidates for shared services. This is something that is more advanced in the private sector, in a number of countries, in the UK, in Finland, in New Zealand, in the US. So we are saying we need to embrace this in the sector here. There are quite a number of services that we offer where there's room for us to go the route of shared services, in finance, in student administration, in HR, in IT. So we had a number of case studies. The one is the UK, JISC network. It's quite huge. The sheer scale and scope is quite huge. Involved with cloud, involved with learn analytics, technology services. It involves all the universities and colleges in the UK. It's big. Then we also looked at the DHET driven shared services around the joint application system, infrastructure, and quite a number of other services as well. And then, of course, our own tenets. The discussion focused on the benefits. It looked at the success factors and some of the challenges. And some of the benefits that were put forward include higher productivity, quality improvement, reduced systems infrastructure costs, accessing expertise that may not be available to individual players, accessing advanced technology, very, very important. Some of the success factors, and a lot of these came from the tenet presentation, include institutional buy-in. We have to clearly indicate what the gains are for everyone involved. We have to manage the tension between competition and collaboration. Of course, accountability is very important, and also collaboration with the state. The tenet case study illustrated this. The JISC network also illustrated this. The JISC network receives a block grant from the UK government to support this. Very, very important. In terms of some of the challenges, Chair, that were raised include inadequate funding, concerns around loss of autonomy, skills to run the shared services, and then, of course, the big question of complying with privacy laws, POPI and related privacy laws. So, Chair, the key thing in all these 3 conversations was around the sustainability of higher education institutions. It was about reimagining higher education institutions. We live in particular contexts These contexts are local and these contexts are global. We cannot ignore these contexts. We need to work together. Collaboration is not antithetical to distinctiveness as individual institutions. So we need to leverage all this, be able to pull together and be able to provide a good quality education to our students, be able to support research that makes a difference in society, and be able to interact with the various communities in ways that make a difference. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ouma. Certainly lots of food for thought there in that feedback. So the next up is Professor Puleng Lenkabula, who is the Vice Chancellor, University of South Africa, who will provide us with perspectives in her role as chairperson of the USAF Transformation Strategy Group. Professor Lenkabula.
Good afternoon, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to have been asked to reflect and report on behalf of the Transformation Strategy Group. I want to state that the 3 sessions that undergirded the discussions on engaged university, engaged scholarship, and the questions of transformation were quite exciting, brought some scholarly insights that are themselves transformative to the whole cycle of the knowledge systems within the university sectors. In particular, I want to acknowledge the colleagues within the Transformation Task Group that have become central to the collation and formation of the inputs that we are going to be giving. The first is Professor Andre Kidd, Professor Sibusiso Chalufu, Professor Chris Brink, who presented and who has been acknowledged, Mr. Lutando Jack, the Dean of Students of Nelson Mandela, Nobubele Lophuza, Pamela Dube, Professor Pierre Wal from University of the Free State, and Professor Pakeng, some of those who presented. The key issues that were central.
Professor Lenkabula, I think we've lost you. If I can ask a technical team to assist.
Hello? Yes, sorry.
Yeah, you're back.
Can you hear me? Thank
Yes.
you. Yes, thank you very much. As testament to the alienation of our students, whether in the curriculum environments, but also the co-curricular environments. And these are the areas that I'll enunciate on. And the third aspect of the thematic focus that was attended to was the principles of contextuality, globalization, and globalized knowledge as parts of the teaching and learning, research and innovation, and engaged scholarship as side of transformative and engaged universities.
Professor Lenkabula, sorry to interrupt you. We lost you just at the start when you were going to tell us about the three themes that you wanted to highlight. So we heard the third one. If you could just repeat the first 2.
Yes, the first 2, I apologize, I don't know what happened. The first one is about the engaged university and transformation, student-centered universities and responsive universities, the issues of alienation and inclusion, as well as the questions of the triad of teaching and learning, research and innovation, and engaged scholarship. I must start with in my introductory remarks to stating that the first session acknowledged the shifts that have taken place within the context of COVID-19, but also the advances in the digitalization systems, which are occasioning new ways of interfacing as universities, whilst at the same time acknowledging the critical roles of university as the custodian and the core construction environment for knowledge arena, teaching and learning, research and innovation, as well as global impact or knowledge impact. The key critical questions that ensued in the first session was around the idea of a university that embodies students who are co-constructors of the knowledge trajectories that are embedded within the university system. This idea of co-governance, co-participation, and co-construction of knowledge was quite considered central. And this particular issue was seen as relevant for the core academic agenda, but also for the core curricular agenda, which is the idea of entwining what happens within the laboratory, the classroom, whether physical or virtual, but also within the context within which the learning takes place. The questions around the deprofessionalization of the core curricular environments became an important imperative, signaled by, amongst others, the questions of non-inclusivity or exclusivities that were highlighted as areas of concerns within the university. The other matters that were raised in terms of the academic and scientific agenda of professionalization, in order that the engaged university is not just a site of learning, but also a translation, that idea of ensuring that the aesthetics, philosophies, curriculum, pedagogics, and other associated issues that are aspects of the learning program are entwined. The third aspect, which was highly emphasized by Professor Kidd, was that idea of education in ethical, empathetic, and engaged citizens or students who do not only learn the careers trajectory that they want to undertake, but who create a humanizing environment in which they flourish as students, but also the academy, particularly taking the context of decoloniality, the ideas of Africanizing knowledge arena, whilst at the same time ensuring that African knowledge systems, civilizations, and intellectuals interface with the global knowledge systems, find support and resonance within the global arena. The last part, in terms of the first set of the sessions that we have, which I want to emphasize, is this idea of universities as engaged environments within the shifts in the 4.0 industrialization and digitalization. This has become an important, if not a contested arena on the idea of technology as enabling or leveraging an engaged university. The key intellectual and scientific contradictions that were identified as challenges or impediments to an engaged university was the fact that in the context of the global South, the ownership systems of digital platforms that are used for teaching, and as well, the 4.0 industrialization typologies are to a large extent within the South African context or the global South areas of concerns that may mitigate these ideas that may hamper the prospects of this idea of engaged scholarship. For in the main, universities are currently engaging with the global digitalization systems as consumers and not inventors and innovators of the systems that leverage the engaged university. Therefore, it will be important for USAF to reflect around these aspects of transformation, digitalizations, especially the questions of ownership, consumer status, as well as the prejudicial aspects, especially associated with algorithms, artificial intelligence, predictive systems that sometimes shape discourses of transformation and sometimes are at the center of prejudicial systems that promote marginalization, alienation, especially of that are gendered, that are associated with disabilities questions, geographic location, but also languages, especially African languages. So these are quite important areas that would be the other aspect that was highlighted as an important criteria in the knowledge arena to be considered is the idea of knowledge not being benign to being free of prejudices, but also the politics of alienation and marginalization. And these seem to be important if they were to be juxtaposed with questions of inclusivity, of knowledge systems that are student-centric, but also which ensure that they position the students, the scientific agenda, scientific diplomacy, pedagogics at the center of ensuring that students move from rhetoric to reality and reality to theorization, and ensuring that that triad of learning, of curriculum, of lived and concrete experiences of the students within and outside the university become the rallying point for enhancing engaged scholarship within and outside the university system. The other aspect that we've raised, which somewhat align with the previous presentation, were on the issues of financing and funding of university systems, which are quite important. If universities' financing systems and structures are not strengthened, then the idea of being contextually relevant, globally competitive, and globally in partnership with other universities in other environments such as Asia, Europe, Americas, and Australia would not be evident. And therefore, that idea of exposing our students, our academics, especially taking into consideration the experiences of apartheid that negated the interface of those on the underside, the margins, but also whose scholarly aspects and thematic focus or scholarly articulation is not at the center. Scholarships such as decolonial scholarship, anti-colonial scholarship, inventive measures which are not necessarily central to mainstream knowledge arena could be enhanced. Then in the second, on the third day, on the third sets of discussions, we had a strong idea of publications, research, and productivity, and the diversities of research approaches as important areas of thinking through engaged scholarship. As part of this mapping of the key areas of or discourse analysis around engaged universities were undertaken, and this will be entailed in the report. And some of the questions that undergirded these ideas of responsive universities in context of crisis were also seen as really identifying what is it that we're good at, what do we do in the context of shifts and changes, do we remain archaic, dormant, do we become agile, but do we also limit ourselves to just wanting to be seen in the mimicking the global or Euro-American systems. And I think this is quite an important area to emphasize, because the question that a student asked who was responded is, do we create decolonial African intellectuals, African knowledge systems to respond to Euro-American civilizations, or do we create contextually relevant knowledge systems that interface with Euro-America's knowledge systems in order to invent and become responsive? So this is quite an important. The confusion between the concept of transformation and the issues of race discourse is an element that requires attention. And this was raised as an important area. How do we think around intersectionality as an important idea of leveraging an engaged university without creating the dissonances or chasm between people, between knowledge systems, and between the roles of university in the context within which they exist, but also as global knowledge participants. And this question was related to questions of rankings, ratings, and global impact. Are the rankings particularly enabling us to seeing the roles of universities in the socio-economic, political, and ecological transformations, or are they just criteria that are limited to the outputs in terms of books, publications, and research? And what is the role of global impact, of
Professor
engagement?
Lenkabula, you have about a minute or so left.
Yes, I'm aware of that, of engagement as well as of the knowledge arena. And therefore, the suggestion that was made is that it will be important in creating a responsive university that the innovative aspect in terms of the scientific agenda, the contextual agility, the global agility, and entwining the knowledge arena with the developments within society would be integral, including questions of the National Development Plan, the issues of Africa Agenda 2063, and associated global development discussions, in order that universities in Africa are not just located in Africa, but also advance themselves as sites of excellence, knowledge dissemination, and inventive approaches in their aesthetics formation, but also in the diversities of students and staff that they embody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lenkabula. Appreciate that. The last strategy group to report back will be the USAF World of Work Strategy Group, and Professor Ahmed Bawa will do that on behalf of that group. Ahmed.
Professor de Villiers, and gives me pleasure to do this on behalf of Professor Marwala, who can't be with us, unfortunately. So I report really on a set of notes that he sent me, and I hope that that I present them sort of in a coherent fashion. There were two major kind of sessions, if you like. The one was universities, the new technology moment and society, and the second had to do with entrepreneurship and modern technologies in the labor market. So I'll deal with both of those. The first one is divided into two sections. The one section relates to universities directly, and the second relates to the nature of work and the requirements of society. So there are three sections altogether. I'll be quite brief. The issues relating to the university, first of all, relating to universities, the new technology moment in society. There were deep concerns raised about the ability and capability of universities as institutions to navigate the changes that will require them to be agile in this new moment of this new technology moment that we are in. And this might actually require the reimagining of their present form, that it might require kind of reshaping the form of the university. And also that there will have to be a process to reimagine the learner in the context of these changes that are taking place. And of course, I think we began to see that during COVID-19. Universities must use technology for collaboration. That what COVID-19 has taught us is that there should now be very little excuse for universities not to collaborate with each other and with kind of other partners, if you like, and that technology should be used for this in a much more vigorous fashion. In its present form, there are deep concerns about the fact that higher education continues to be relatively low tech, even in the way that we use technology in the context of COVID-19, and that it therefore faces strong risks from these major technological changes that are taking place. And one example of this is just the risk of falling behind in terms of the global offering of programs and qualifications as that progresses at a furious rate. I'm sure all of you have heard quite recently about the University of the People based in the United States, which is now offering programs at very, very low cost to students across the world. So that's the kind of concern, that was the kind of concern that was raised. Universities should become hubs of innovation if they are to focus on the employability of students. And I think what this means is that that our graduates, as they enter the labor market, will be required to be innovators, creative, and so on, and that universities have to embody these kind of characteristics if they are to produce graduates that will have these characteristics. The value of the university, there's a clear recognition that the value of the university is in knowledge creation, and that there has to be collaboration, if you like, and engagement in addressing knowledge creation for the common good. And of course, at the heart of that again is this idea of using technology for co-creation of the knowledge of knowledge and so on. A different type of higher education leadership needs to emerge. The idea being that higher education leadership needs to take on board the grand challenges we face in terms of the new technology moment, and to be driven from leadership, if you like. Given the technological changes, the future of the university as an employer is likely to change. And this is really relating to the gig economy. Academics will increasingly serve as consultants, selling their expertise to multiple universities. And the big question, of course, will be, what does this mean in terms of quality management and so on? So just this idea that academics might increasingly work for more than one knowledge-intensive institution might be on the table, and that this has implications for the future of the university as an employer. The COVID pandemic showed up not only the technological problems that many students faced, inability to access laptops and data, and the lack of resources to travel and so on, but also the lack of related skills. Now that, of course, has enormous implications. That if students do not have the requisite skills, when they come to university, then that has implications for their participation in universities that are taking on the use of technology in a much more vibrant way. With increasing numbers of role players such as training providers like Google and IBM and so on, certification will no longer be largely in the hands of universities. What this means basically is that there'll be other avenues for certification, other avenues for skills development, and that universities must either keep up with this or find the niche that fits for them, if you like it. And alongside this, of course, it's just this kind of this notion that that universities have to become more kind of geared for lifelong learning, that they have to ensure that they are geared for broader audiences, that they will have to address the needs of socially mature students and to build the capacity to contribute to lifelong learning. So those are thoughts around issues relating to the university. Now, issues relating to the world of work and the requirements of society, there was a general view that the speed at which the university, that the use of technologies, that the use of the change, in the use of technologies under the impetus of the pandemic, that this was largely not anticipated, and that universities and society more generally were caught unawares. And having said that, I mean, what was also clear was just how quickly the uptake was accelerated, if you like. If it is not possible to quantify the impact of the technological change on jobs, but it is clear that it is going to be extensive, with the impact being felt particularly by people in the mid-level routine jobs, which can and will be automated. And I think if we look at the banking sector, that's happening already. However, what will remain critical are the soft skills, which will remain critical, and also skills around technical skills, if you like. They might remain important. With machines taking over certain human functions, there will have to be a role for universities in helping students and non-students rethink their own role in society. Just kind of this move towards a kind of post-human societies, if you like, is something that we haven't even begun to engage with. Massive amounts of data are enabling machine learning, and this is going to have enormous impacts on the nature of our society, and in particular around the use of artificial intelligence and deep learning and so on, and the impact of those on various aspects of human existence. So, for example, to what extent will this kind of machine learning contribute to changing the way in which human health is considered, insurance is dealt with, and so on. Changes that are occurring will force the need for flexibility, and I've spoken to this to some extent, with the skilled individuals having strong bargaining power. And this raises the question, who controls the power relations? So in other words, as technology begins to take force, what we're going to see is the need for us to revisit the way in which power relations are distributed in the system. Technology can cut out in inverted commas, the middleman, and therefore jobs in that space will be lost. For example, one can think about the commercial music distribution industry, that very many artists now are in the space of distributing their own music, and that category of individual that was involved in music distribution will no longer be there. People fear being displaced, but are inevitably forced to change, and this might have kind of psychosocial kind of implications and so on. And then finally, in this category, this particular kind of topic, if you like, there'll be a big question. There's a big question being raised about, what are the individual talents that must be defined by universities as these technologies take hold. So it's really about linking with what Dr. Mabizela spoke about earlier, which is, what are the implications for the curriculum and so on as we head into this new era. Finally, Chair, just to look at the issue of entrepreneurship and the modern technologies in the labor market. The big question, it seems to me, is preparing students, that was raised, is preparing students for an unpredictable future. And that we have to build the capacity of students to imagine and to be curiosity driven. So in other words, saying that, that we have to create learners of our graduates. That it's not enough for us just to produce people for the labor market, but to try and ensure that they can build the imagination capacity and their ability to navigate this new world, if you like, after they graduate. There needs to be a much closer interaction between the higher education providers and the employers, and in particular, because of the rapidity of the change, that there needs to be kind of real-time curriculum redesign. And this can really only happen in the interaction, in the engagement between higher education and employers. There's going to be an increasing virtualization of teaching and training, and that this will have to be co-created as far as possible with the external environment. To some extent, it's what I mentioned in the previous statement. Learning will increasingly become part of many environments. So in other words, meaning that that this question of lifelong learning becomes increasingly relevant, and there'll be a growing need for instructional designers. Training increasingly makes use of simulation, chatbots, augmented and virtual reality and animation, and this will have enormous implications for teaching programs. So in other words, that there'll be a growing market for individuals who can produce these kinds of technology-based learning programs. There's an increasing awareness in the US among students, and surveys indicate this, that many young people wish to start their own businesses, even while they are at university, and they want to make social difference. They want to they want to be agents of change and so on, and they have personal drive. Now, that kind of study hasn't been done here yet, but this is what has been found in the UK. There's clearly a change in hiring decisions, which are very different from previously. Just to give you an example, there's very often what is asked of individuals now when they apply for jobs is, not what qualification you have, but what can you do, and what have you done, and what can you do. So the issue around, just how do our curricula and how do our training programs fit with that kind of new employment environment. Entrepreneurship is a combination of art and skill involving modeling, framing, and performing, and that kind of speaks to this purposefulness of bringing together kind of different domains of knowledge into our programs. Here's an important point, right? Employment will be lost in some sectors, and in others it will be retained. There will be growth in other sectors. So there's going to be a shift in the way in which the labor market is made up. Research has provided evidence that there will be winners and losers. With demand, for example, for knowledge workers and creative thinkers and professional managers, but mid-level routine jobs will likely be replaced by machines. And lower-end jobs may largely survive as they are difficult to replace with machines. So what this means is that that we have to pay attention to what is happening in the labor, what is likely to happen in the labor market, and to then understand what the role of universities is within that. And then finally, new perspectives on work and technology. There'll be kind of shorter working weeks, which could also improve the quality of life, provide adults with more time with family and children, and that the human aspect of these technology changes should not be ignored. Mr. Chair, that's it. I hope I've represented Professor Marwala sufficiently well there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. And I want to thank all the speakers who've contributed to this session. We've gone somewhat over time, but I believe this was an excellent summary of the conference proceedings as well. So we've heard from the respective strategy groups, from research and innovation, teaching and learning, the funding strategy group, transformation strategy group, and also the world of work strategy group. And all the participants, I really want to thank them for very careful, thoughtful, and thought-provoking prepared remarks and presentations. And I would certainly, this would now go back to USAF and the respective groups as well. And I would certainly want this to be included in the conference proceedings. I think this was tremendously insightful. So I'm going to bring this session to an end now. This is session 15. So we've got two relatively short sessions remaining, and I think I'm going to hand over directly to you, Ahmed, speaking on the conference outcomes or not.
Thank you so much, Chair and Wim, and I'm going to be very brief now because we are over time. So I just want to say that, that it's been a wonderful kind of 2.5 days with lots of learnings and so on. And just to say that one of our big challenges is going to be to try and understand, what we learned from this conference and what we can then institute into the activities of USAF and into our universities, of course. I mean, ultimately, that's the big challenge. But also to begin to reshape the relationship between universities and our publics, if you like. First of all, I just want to thank the CHE for co-hosting this event. That the CHE sessions added much flavor to the conference, and I think that that's a wonderful outcome. The theme proved to have captured the attention of the participants. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of detailed discussion, and I think it's going to be a wonderful exercise now to try and kind of gather from those inputs, just what we have learned from them. And I think that it's going to be an interesting interesting period of time for our strategy groups. There was a general consensus throughout the meeting that the upending of our system since 2015 with the fees must fall, roads must fall, and then COVID, that this must lead to new imaginations of our institutions and system. That actually this is an opportunity for us to really rethink the system. And I think what we heard from Ira Harkavy and Hiligia van Lent, the international kind of perspectives that were presented to us, was that these are challenges that are not challenges that are unique to South Africa, that they are challenges that are really involved in the global sort of higher education enterprise, if you like. There were clearly some, what were identified as disruptive agents. This new technology moment and its implications are clearly one of them. We heard repeatedly in all the kind of report backs from the strategy groups that there's a need for the evolving of the knowledge project of our system, and in particular the challenge around addressing the grand challenges we have. A lot of emphasis on learning at the theory praxis nexus, if you like, that we need to bring together theory and practice and get students to be involved in at that nexus, if you like. There was strong recommendations throughout the meeting for building collaborations within and outside the system, and that is really at the heart of kind of this issue around building kind of social ownership of our universities. So, converging the idea of converging knowledge domains in our curricula, bringing together the science and the humanities, was a recurring theme. That we really need to expose our students to both domains of knowledge and other domains of knowledge, and bring them together into into an interesting mix, if you like. The issue around flexible lifelong learning, and in particular with the use of technology, giving access to non-traditional students, these are all critical issues. And there were warnings throughout the meeting about understanding the location of the universities in the broad political economy is critical because of the way in which that broad political economy might undermine, if you like, these very powerful ideas that imagine that in some ways universities have to lift themselves out of what we might think of as the dominant models of production. Chair, I was really intrigued by just the idea that was raised at the book launch, that the one thing that we might have to give consideration to is this idea of kind of building on the idea of the engaged university to building the idea of the responsive university. That it's not enough just to be engaged, but it's as important to be responsive to the grand challenges. And clearly, this is the title of Professor Chris Brink's new book, right? So it partly was driven by that, by the discussion around that book launch, if you like. And that was an important kind of thought for me. But what I also kind of wanted to raise was just repeatedly what came up was the idea of the funding of engagement. And this was seen as being critical to its ongoing sustainability. And that we had to move away from the perils of linking engagement to soft money, to donor money. Because what that did was kind of really curtail the ongoing project of engagement, if you like. Okay, and then I was very keen to hear the minister's input. First of all, of course, this is the first time that we've gathered together as a conference where DHET and DSI have come into a single ministry, and that presents a whole range of new opportunities which we have to address. And of course, the minister, I think, did two things that really interested me. The one was the issue around locating the higher education system firmly within the national system of innovation, and I think the new decadal plan will speak to that more vigorously. And then secondly, it's the issue around the research innovation chasm and the implications of that chasm, and trying to understand how the universities, the science councils, the business community, the communities, and so on can all work together in addressing the issue of the research innovation chasm. And then finally, there were repeated concerns, about the complete absence, virtually the complete absence of the provincial and local government in the knowledge processes that universities engage in kind of getting the universities to be much more kind of integrated into the challenges facing local government and so on. So, Chair, I think it seems to me at least that the major challenge for us now is to kind of really work through what we gathered in these strategy groups and to pick up those issues and to really take them into our communities of practice and take them into our universities and to create new projects and so on. And I just want to take this opportunity now to thank everybody that attended the meeting and thank the boards of USAF and the CHE, thank USAF and the CHE staff, which was fantastic. Thank Dr. Linda Meyer, who really drove this enterprise. And then finally, really, to bring to everybody's attention that next week is the EDHE Lekgotla, and I hope that everybody who's attended this meeting will attend that meeting, because that's also likely to be a very interesting engagement. With that, what I'd like to do is really invite Professor Mutwa as chair of the board of USAF and to ask her please to bring the conference to an end. Thank you so much, Professor Mutwa.
Thank you so much, Professor Bauer and colleagues. I am going to be very brief this afternoon because colleagues have from the strategy groups, the VCs and yourself have summarized quite eloquently what has happened. And I want to thank Professor Wim de Villiers as well for sharing the previous session. So colleagues, peers and friends from the global and national higher education community and from all the sectors of society that have participated in the conference, I greet you this afternoon, but I also want to recognize and greet our student colleagues that participated in the conference. This conference, the quality and depth of its deliberation have far exceeded any possibility of me being able to say anything more original than all that has been shared in the last 3 days. So it is with great humility that I take this opportunity to make a very few closing remarks on behalf of our organization, Universities South Africa, and our partners. In conclusion to my welcome to this conference on Wednesday, I said that if this conference were a metaphorical banquet, you should prepare yourself for a feast, and what a feast indeed it has been. Upon reflection, I am convinced that the conference's theme, the Engaged University, was an inspired choice. It has left us all in no doubt as to the importance of what we do and the necessity for urgent change and transformation. It has always been somewhat ironic that this second oldest institution, the university, in continued existence, is also possibly one of the most conservative ones and intractable when it comes to change and its ambition for self-reflection. But the simple fact of its longevity speaks to its capacity and potential to change, on the other hand, quite radically at times, as our world has passed through massive and hugely disruptive wars, pandemics, and all manner of revolutions. Sometimes, as the university system, we have adapted to the disruptions, and sometimes we have led these disruptions, like the pandemic has shown, but we have also done the work and we have prevailed. Listening to speaker after speaker over the past 3 days, one has observed a tacit but powerful acknowledgement that we are again at a global turning point, where our relevance, our impact and value to society is being questioned. The message has been clear. It is time to respond and to regroup. We have repeatedly heard that our universities are in society and they are of society. They are generally perceived to be powerful and influential drivers of social transformation and change. In concert with all levers of government, they are inherently catalytic and transformative. If one has listened thoughtfully, most of our colleagues have confirmed the centrality and embeddedness of the university in national socio-economic and political transformation and development. Our own minister, as we have indicated, Professor Bauer, Minister Nzimande reiterated and confirmed this in his wide-ranging address on Wednesday. This conference has also affirmed that people have and are taking the notion of the engaged, responsive university to heart, and that it is, in fact, a growing global preoccupation among scholars and practitioners. This has been brought home through many thought-provoking insights on notions of engagement and responsiveness, as we have just pointed out, Professor, the majority of which have latched onto the centrality of community involvement in interesting and sometimes very provocative ways, as we have heard in the past 3 days. We must build on this impetus. The point has also been made that at a time of global disruption and turmoil in higher education, it is an opportune moment to then step back and re-examine notions of the academy that do not fully catalyze our intellectual, our social, and our ethical dexterity to deploy our scholarship in service of society, in service of humanity, as we should. My colleagues in the strategic groups, the vice chancellors, as well as Dr. Ouma, have just summarized the sessions. So that is why I did not plan to go over this. But also, Professor Bauer has already indicated the outcomes of the conference and the major themes, but also how we will be taking forward the outcomes of the conference. Allow me, therefore, to only add that it is my sincere exhortation that this wonderful network cemented in these past 3 days will be further enriched and expanded to provide a very solid platform for the reimagination of the Knowledge Project towards a much more expansive, deliberative, and convergent enterprise that we have all alluded to and that we all hope for. In conclusion, therefore, colleagues and friends, it would be remiss of me at this stage if I did not publicly thank and acknowledge the USAF A-team staff, as well as our partners in the CHE and DHET, to mention Linda Meyer, Dr. Meyer, who has led the conference with all the colleagues, who have spent months and totally consumed with preparations for this conference. I also want to sincerely thank my colleagues, the chairs of the USAF strategic groups, as well as members of the strategic groups, for the role they've played in leading the plans and the honing of the conference themes. The conference has been a great success because of this careful and detailed planning in the background. I've been so proud of the dedication, loyalty, and sheer professionalism that have been displayed in ensuring that we have enjoyed the shared feast of the last 3 days. And I know that I speak on behalf of every participant when I say a very warm and sincere thank you to all for the superb well done. It remains for me, on behalf of our organization, the Universities South Africa Collective, that is represented by the 26 vice chancellors of our 26 universities and our CEO, Professor Bauer, to wish you well in your future endeavors. I look forward with great anticipation to seeing and hearing about your various efforts and initiatives to promote the ideal and the praxis of an engaged, responsive university. I thank you this afternoon. Thank you, colleagues. Go well.